Welcome back, Johnny. For a bit, not doing much. Yeah, I guess there's not really much to do. That's kind of what makes this game a little bit rough. Is that the watching part of it isn't really there. I'm not. I guess you could say there isn't enough in the game to provide diversity to watching it. You know, like even with the battle royale, you might be playing the same thing over and over, but the whole slew of things that you get into is going to be, you know, basically slightly different. You know, you're going to be angled different. Your camera's going to look a little different. Weapons might be loaded out a little bit differently. The enemy, the player, the person you're facing off against might be a little bit different. It might have a custom skin on that, you know, it might take 30 shots to kill him. It might take 26. It might take 34.
So, Leute.
So I could see...
Das bisschen Loot, was wir jetzt noch haben, und dann denke ich mal, ist,
I could see the possibility of a battle royale mode. Because it would be interesting to have people run around all of, you know, Isla Sacra looking for things, you know? Alright. So, let me go put a gem on these real quick.
The greatest victory is a bargain.
May your true name never be spoken, Seren. Life and...
Oh, no. Jesus, I put the wrong one on. Fucking A. Not item. Wait, that's the one I was thinking of. Shit. Freudian slip right there in action. You gotta be kidding me. That's what you get for falling in love.
Everything has your price.
I swear, sometimes, man.
I felt...
Alright, infuse. Gloves, they weigh 5. Oh no, we're not doing weight 5. Okay, armor 6. Alright, so now we're gonna put the shield on there. No. Is it? Wait, what gem gives you... Wait, what? Oh, it's only on armor and pants. Dude, this is insane. Gloves back. Okay, armor and pants. So let me grab a pair of pants.
The world at your fingertips.
Life.
What did I... Oh, the chipped spike. Okay. Like, what? I thought the spike was for... Okay, I see. That's to prevent them doing... Okay. 120.
May your true name never be spoken, Serem.
Okay. There we go. Load test for somebody. What up, worm? Oh, I decided to go back over all the weapons again and retest all their stuff, so here we are. Yeah, no problem, shoot. One second. Alright, he's dead. Is there any end game to farm like in other H&S? Like a hack and slash is what you're saying, or is there just a story and the game is over? No, I mean there are things you can farm, yes. In a way, because a lot of the farming in this game right now is all RNG. So you have different locations where you can sort of farm certain parts. So you got, you know, certain trees and gatherables here and trees and gatherables here, mining, you know, copper. You got iron up here, silver down here. So there are things like where you can go farm materials and farm certain gear, certain weapons. But yeah, endgame is mostly just like perfecting builds and trying new weapons, new runes, new skills, new abilities. So yeah, a lot of this end game is just like, oh, I wanna try wands now. I wanna try hammers. I wanna try swords. I wanna try spears. I wanna try axes. I wanna try, you know, like staff. There's just so much that you could just mess around with. So and this is just a small section of the game that we have right now. So this map has, like, there's a section here that's going to be opened up. Center here. We got a whole big section over here. We got some stuff up here. We got some crap over here. Like, they're going to be adding a lot of stuff. And patch 1, if you look up No Rest for the Wicked sneak peek patch 1, that'll give you an idea of what they're working on next. And it's the biggest patch that they're going to... It's the next big patch they're working on. And then either before or after that, we might see co-op. So co-op could be coming. I think it's going to be a lot of fun with friends. A lot of people are going to enjoy the difficulty, I'm sure. Yeah, there's this game for $30. I don't know if it's on sale still, but for $30, it was more than worth it. It's, yeah, even if they don't finish the game, and I'm just, you know, it's a big if. I think these guys, I think they'll get it. But this game already provides hundreds of hours of content. Like, you can easily spend hundreds of hours in this game. Yeah, it is in early access, and I would say it's probably going to be in early access for a little while. It's a really big game. It's very ambitious. So yeah, patch 1 coming. We got co-op coming. There's a combat and sacrament update coming. Yeah. So I mean, my speculation would be around like a year, another year in early access, before we start maybe hearing about the possibility of coming to a close. There's just a lot they got to go over, a lot they got to test. There's a lot of features they're still adding to the game, so... So it's kind of like a Tarkov game to me. It's one of those games where maybe getting into it early is good because there's so much you got to learn, or so much you can learn, let's say. You know, there's 150 weapons. There's over 100 different armor pieces in 4 different categories: cloth, plate, armor, mesh. You know, different ring configurations. You have 3 main weapons that you can use, 3 offhand weapons or shields that you can use. So there really is just a lot of crap you can just mess with in the game. Yeah, right, exactly. Like, it's one of those games. There's just so much you can learn about playing it. Learning how to master all the different guns. Learning how to master, learning how to explore all the maps, you know. Tarkov is insane. You know, if you can run around those maps without needing a map, like, that's pretty damn good. All right. You're done with the EFT, but now I'm gonna play Arena Breakout. Yeah, it's always good to get some diversity in there too. It'll teach you new ways to enjoy what you've already loved. Like like that. It's kind of what I did with Dauntless and Monster Hunter. I got into Monster Hunter, 5, 6 years back or whatever, 7 years back or something like that. It was too hard, so I went to a game called Dauntless. It was a much easier style of Monster Hunter type of game, and I played that for 3 years. And after playing that for 3 years, I went back to Monster Hunter and just smacked it in the face. Like it was just like sometimes it's not that you don't like a genre or you don't like a game. It's just that it might not be ready. You might not be ready for it, or it might not be ready for you. You know. So trying other things, and not to say that there's a dislike there, but it's like, I knew I would like Monster Hunter. I just knew I had to jump into something that wasn't 100% Monster Hunter right away, because that was a lot of work. But Dauntless, it was just kind of like, yeah, choose a weapon, go beat them up. Oh, okay. I just go. That's it. We just go beat them up. All right, and that's it. You just picked your weapon, and you were like, yeah, I'm gonna go fight some shit. Whereas Monster Hunter was like, hey, let me tell you a story. Let me prep you on this. Cook a meal and choose a weapon and choose your armor and make sure to parry and make sure to do this and all these moves. And there's all these what I was just like, whoa, calm down. I'm new to this. So it was very nice to have Dauntless when it was around, all those years ago. All right, so let's get into this. But yeah, yeah. Dauntless, yeah, it is done now, man. It should have been a really good game. It just never got the love it should have got. Developers were working on, Phoenix Labs was working on it for a long time, and it just never got there. All right, Blazing Rupture. Ooh. Did blue steel? Blue steel. I mean, yeah, okay. Okay, let's get into it. Sorry, I'm talking to my buddy. He just had a kid. Okay, so blazing rupture. Blazing rupture, lightning spin. 31, 50% two uses. 9. Good. Alright, lightning spin. Leg swirl. Seven, 80%. Oh, you went slow. That's not cool. That was. Let me see if I could see the same amount here. Okay, yeah, it's about the same. Last one, Storm Piercer. It's only 2 projectiles. I don't know why it says 3. I'm gonna go with, we're gonna switch this up. I'm gonna go with it. It's 16 plus 24. Because both projectiles are 24. But the first stabbing, to me, is not a projectile. We're gonna go with that. 16 plus 24, 24. Should actually be, you know what? There's like, there's no way for me to just get the first attack to work. Get only the last two on store pick. Yeah, so we'll just move on. Brutal reprise. $9.99, $75. Keep missing the first one. Alright, come on. There we go. I'm button mashing. Alright, so that's about right. I can miss often too. Jump cut. Six. $36, $14. Jump. 6, 14. Down. Alright, slam down. Too close. Four uses. Number 4. Here we go. Fire flurry, gyros. Huh? Double spin, and then all the colors. Fire flurry, lightning flurry. Interesting. Those hit much harder than I thought they did. Do this. Yeah, no. Like 40% a piece. $13.13, 50%. had it. That was too early. S1 Surge Slash. Bad room. It's a bad room. Bad. Oh. Who's all the colors? Strikes and then the worlds. Guess we let boy heal up real quick. He dodged that. On the strikes. Okay, now the strikes. Basically the same thing, but an evasive side of it. So like the dashes are to go towards, the strikes are to get away from, sort of. Sort of, because plague strike's different. Shut your face. Shut your face. Hello. Okay, 12, 12, 20. Shock strike. Hey, I wasn't ready. Not ready. Shock strike, 80%. Plague Strike, I think it's just a knockdown. Missed. Oh, I'm almost dead. Yep. Good thing. Almost died there. Alright, one more weapon. For the whirly whirls. Everything is finally fully up to date now. I, for some odd reason, didn't go over a bunch of the stun portions of the one-handers when I did the damage again. Alright, everything's good now. Slowly simplifying my my mechanic column as well. Alright, Fire Whirl, all the whirly whirls. Fire Whirl, we're looking at 9. See, it's like mechanic slow. Like, it's not a mechanic simp. Womp, 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 womp. Alright, I'm done. Okay. One-hander's done. I mean, I think officially done. I have poise for everything. I have the mechanic for everything. We have the numbers for everything that we have, at least. Everything's up to date. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more runes to test in one hand. We only need 4 more runes, and I will have all the ones that I have documented, that I know of, all that crap. The 4 more one-handed runes. Nice. All of them. Break. That's nice. Very nice. 4 more. I just looked at one right now. It's a ranged attack. Well, it's Frigid Arc for wand. It doesn't do poise damage, but does a lot of damage. I'm curious if that would just be one you would use to freeze an enemy in place, because it just does the most damage. Yeah. So if you really wanted to destroy with cold, you could do a close quarter combat. A wand. Bum, 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 bum. Two-handed. Let me go back over two-handed real quick to make sure I got all the stuff I needed. Don't. Well, I sort of do. See, eruption doesn't cause it. think I might have a new name for these. We got low poise, mid poise, high poise, and poise max. Poise max would be anything that knocks down that boss all by itself. But if it requires more, then yeah, it would be more for mob based stuff. Yeah, it looks like we got everything for two-handed. I just gotta recategorize. Well, ranged and slow, but it doesn't do any poise. It does do poise. Alright, staff is a little weird. Yep, staff I didn't do right. I have to redo staff. Okay, yeah, I see what I could do. So, have projectiles, close quarter combat, ranged. See, there's so many different ways to describe these things. I'm still not quite sure how I want to do it. Double daggers, gauntlets. Gauntlets don't do any poise damage? Okay, well, one hand's done. Looks like I'm gonna have to go back over staff. Do I have to do wand again? Wand was good to go. Alright, let's get to and respec. Running out of stuff to do. I might have to look at something else. Testing everything. Oh yeah, staff was because of all the charged attacks. Ice bolts. What? Like staff can parry is easy. Try again. Parry! Dude, yeah. Staff sucks at parry. That's 100% true. I miss so much more often with staff. I can definitely say shield helps. I mean, I'm pretty darn sure shield helps. Yeah, I gotta be perfect with staff. dodge before he did it. It is so much harder to get a parry with a staff. Magic frickin' stick. Should be really good at it. It's so hard to parry with staff. Airballs all the same. Chain, all the lightning, all the single projectiles are done. Novas. Parry without a shield is insanely quick. You gotta be perfect. Perfect. Alright. Cross Nova. Shock Nova, Plague Nova. Alright, those are done. Bolts and Novas. sweeps and waves. Game is so fucking predictable. It's sad. One of the things I can't stand in a game is, oh, because you're pressing buttons, we're not gonna press buttons. Durr, durr. We literally turn on Berserk mode because you turn on Berserk mode. It's so stupid. I hate predictive programming. Hate predictive programming. Literally going to absolutely match me every single time. Stupid. Stupid. It's just stupid. The fight is always going to be 100% based on what I do. Dumb. That is dumb. Does your AI have any sense of being its own self? It's literally predicting based on what I do. That's so dumb. I can't stand it. I start pressing buttons a little bit faster, and all of a sudden he's slamming, he's recovering, he's doing all this shit. It's like, dude, I don't care to play this. Hit the guy. Wait, parry. Hit the guy. Wait, wait. It's not an action RPG if I'm constantly waiting and constantly being the reason the fight occurs. It can't be action RPG if I'm forcing it all to happen. That's anti-action. I'm the only one that can make this happen? What? He only goes berserk if I go berserk, but if I'm just calm the whole time, the monster is just always calm with me? How dumb does that sound? The monster needs to go berserk randomly. The monster needs to be calm randomly. I need to be like, why is he not even trying to fight me right now? Because he's just calm. I might be trying to go berserk, but maybe he's calm. I might be trying to be calm, but he's berserk. Why is it always if I'm berserk, he's berserk? If I'm calm, he's calm. It's so heartbreaking to see. Literally, it doesn't feel good to know that the AI is only doing stuff based off of what I'm doing. It doesn't have a mind of its own at all. It's only, it's got 2 or 3 moves, and that's it. That's as far as we can go in the gaming realm. Give every monster in the entirety of all gaming genres 3 moves. Is this something in game development that can't be overcome by anyone in the industry? Not a single developer has ever created a system in which the enemy has more than just 2 or 3 moves. I mean, even in the Monster Hunter Wilds game, it's like, after a while, you're kind of like, man, they really didn't. The monsters look amazing. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of them do the same exact stuff. They're not like, there's so many different things that they could do. Like, if I were to create a combat game, I don't give a shit what the players, oh man, I can't time this up, and oh, there isn't tells for this monster's attack and tells for that. Like, that's not the point. The point of combat is to show off combat styling, differences, changes, variances, weirdness. It's always structured on the same premise. 1, 2, 3, stop. 1, 2, 3, hit. 1, 2, 3, stop. 1, 2, 3, hit. Can we ever go with the 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 3, 5, 6, 5, 9, 2, 1, 4, 2, 12? Like, it's always, it has to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, everything in this game is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Like, you can time up everything, and it's all based off the same rhythm the whole time. But as soon as you start button mashing, now it's faster. No, it should do that on its own. It'd be nice to have a game where, you know, one time I fight this guy's berserk, another time I fight him, he's not berserk. Maybe another time it's half berserk, maybe another time it's a quarter berserk, maybe another time it's 48% berserk. Like change it up somewhat. You gotta add some difference to your AI. I would think I'd want that. I'm gonna give, you know, each monster, whatever, 2 or 3 movesets, right? But then I'm gonna have a playlist of moves that every monster can incorporate. And it's just one of those things. Like, oh man, he did the slam this time. I didn't know he was gonna do the slam. He almost never does it. Yeah, almost never. But it's something that would pop up. You know, so you get into your rhythm of 1, 2, 3, and then you get knocked out of it. Like, oh shit, okay, all right, I get it. I should be paying more attention to you know, the combat. Maybe not always just trying to time everything based on what I do, but having to go off of what the monster's trying to do now. Like, that would be very interesting to see. We're done. Big sweep. Okay, now we got the waves. Fire projectile. Check damages first. Fire wave, spark, and plague wave. Fire wave. Get damages first. What? Oh, I see what I did. Alright, we gotta let this boy heal. 18, 14, and 9. Okay, 18, 14, 9. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Drank all that already?
No shit. Shame to dull my
Right. Stupid ass game. Stupid ass game. I love that you can get locked into walking. I heal, I turn around and it's... I want to kill myself. I love committing suicide in games. For some odd reason, this is a developer's mindset. I actually want to commit suicide. The mind of a developer. That's the name of the book, everybody. I actually want to commit suicide. The mind of a developer. Why do developers love the idea of committing suicide? Why the fuck would I want to walk down here? Oh, you were eating and you walked off. Yeah, so don't let me. Why would you allow the idea of walking off a cliff while eating where there's a ladder? Like, it's things like this that make me go, what are you doing? Like, oh man, do we allow people to walk over the ladders without eating? No. Do we allow people to commit suicide while they're eating? Yes. Why? No one thought of that? Like, what if somebody's trying to eat real quick, get back into the fight? No one. This is what I mean. Like, this is my process of testing the game as a gamer. I would hope a developer would have tested this thoroughly. Like, yeah, well, what happens if somebody's eating? What happens if somebody's doing an attack? What happens if somebody's doing all these things near a ladder? Do they grab onto the ladder, or do they just fall to their death? And then I would go, do we think that makes sense? That someone in mid-attack would actively attack to jump off the cliff and die? Like, it's just, like I said, it's not that I'm like, you know, I'm not mad at the devs. I'm just disappointed because their first thought process was, this is okay. So you designed something that allowed a player to be able to walk off a cliff and commit suicide in a game about not trying, you know, in a game about trying to survive. What is that? What's the value there? Because the only excuse I've heard from the devs is, well, we don't want people to get to areas you're not supposed to be in. Yeah, walls, motherfucker. Like, it's, I can't stand the cop out for things. Oh, we wanted to design this open world. It's not open world. Okay, first off, let's say that. It's a very linear world. It's not open. And the idea of like, oh, we want to give players freedom of exploration and stuff, but then not allow them to get to areas we don't want them to get to, that's not freedom of exploration. So you either want us to go around and explore in areas we probably shouldn't, or test things we probably shouldn't, or you legit don't want that and you actually want us to just go exactly where you want us to go. You better take this path. That's a linear style of play. So you could talk about freedom all day, but if I can't jump off a cliff, you know, or slide off a cliff, or eat near a cliff without just walking right off of it, I'd be like, well, okay, what type of freedom is there if the idea is when I do have my freedom, it's only death? Like, come on, I don't want to just die. There's no value in dying in this game. There's absolutely no value in dying in this game. So why not just present the value to the combat? Okay, well, you know, you died in combat, you learned something, you were doing something, you were trying something. I was eating and I go to turn around to jump up, to walk towards the ladder so I can get ready to go, and it's just too much walking and commit suicide. It just doesn't feel good from a default mindset. And that's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at developers by default. What is their default go-to? I understand where we can get games, but I want to know why developers start where they start. You know, ledge protection is coming to No Rest for the Wicked. Why wasn't it already a thing? Why is this something a gamer had to tell you? As a developer, creator of the scenario of falling off a ledge over and over and over again, no one at Moon Studios thought, maybe this isn't good. The only thought process was, we don't want people to get to that area, so we gotta make them die. But why let me fall off anyway? Like that's the mind that, you know, that's the process my brain goes through. So if you don't want people to go jumping off cliffs they're not supposed to jump off of, don't let them jump off the cliff. But we want people to go where they want to go. So let them go where they're allowed to go. Again, it's an easy way to just be like, oh, well, we didn't think that players, but you didn't. No, you just didn't play the game enough. So, you know, when you're designing a game, you should also be thinking about how are people going to play it? How are people not going to play it? How are, you know, what are the cheats, the exploits, the glitches? What are the things that people are going to find annoying and just want to skip over, you know? Don't think this process goes through a lot of game development studios. How are gamers playing a game? Just a really weird disconnect I feel developers have with games, or with gamers or whatever. Like, we play one way, developers design and play nothing like what gamers do. Like, and it's weird too, because you're like, yeah, we're gamers too, but then you have to say you can't be because you spend more time developing than you do gaming. And if you spent more time gaming than developing, you would be a gamer, not a developer. So it's like you kind of have to be like, you know, I get developers can't be the best at it, but they should have, to me, like a better default, I think, for what gamers are going through, I would think. I don't know, maybe not. It's like, you know, you can't be I don't know, it's hard to be a coach when you haven't played the game type of deal. Oh, fire wave. Okay, that's where we're tired. I need to test poise per ball. Everyone has an agenda, they want to make it, and we just want to have fun. Right? Yeah. It is rough. I mean, you know, I kind of went through this process with the Night Runners dev. So this Night Runners game, and I don't know if everybody knows about it, but it's essentially a more hardcore racing game. So you have engines. You can build an engine, but how much power you put through that engine can also degrade it, you know. So as you're driving, as you're racing, your engine temps go up. If you use nitrous, your engine temps go up. You can break motors, you know, you could destroy motors, and over time your motors eventually just degrade. So even if I take care of my motor forever and ever, always oil changing after every race, always taking care of it, I always keep it under high temps, it'll still degrade over time. So what I like about this game is that it doesn't just go, okay, you're done now. No, it's a constant, it's like a lifestyle type of game, you know? So you build up what you think is good, you race it for a long time, and then over that time, it eventually degrades, and you have to build a new one. So you go back to that, you know, you go back to the start, sort of. I got to buy a new motor, I swap it in, I get the parts put back on it, I tune it, I take it back out, and we get back to racing. So with this developer, I started, you know, we got into a back and forth with cheating in the game. And his statement was like, well, it's a single player game. Why do you care why do you care about cheating? And I was like, well, because it doesn't allow the developer to know if the game's correct, you know? So it's like proofreading your own writing. You never proofread your own writing. I mean, you should, but you should never use that as a verification that your writing is good to go, because your mistakes are your truths. You know what I mean? So if you write down a word incorrectly, but your whole life you thought that's how you're supposed to write it down, when you read that, your writing, you're not going to see that as a mistake, but someone else who uses language differently or might actually understand how that word's supposed to be used will look at that and go, yeah, that's misspelled. And you go, well, no, that's not. That's how I spell my whole life. And you're like, well, yeah, no, I get that. Some people confuse this and that. So it's the same thing. It's like when you're developing a game, you also can't be playing your game too. because you're looking at your mistakes. You know how it was developed, you know what not to do, you know when to do it, you know how to do it, so you don't get into scenarios that actually break your game, because you've structured it in a way that is your brain, it's your mindset. So when you know Thomas or Gennady are playing No Rest for the Wicked, the mistakes that are in the game, actively in the game, they are mistakes, bugs, glitches, whatever. They might not ever see them at all, because it's like proofreading your own writing. You're not going to see a mistake you believe to be correct. You know, so it's why you really do need to have a player base and a community that works together to figure things out, instead of complaining, oh, well, this dude's complaining about the game. Well, then there's something to be talked about here. Like, you can't just be like, well, he just doesn't understand the game. Well, why don't I understand the game? How is it I can, you know, cook food, work for a company, work on a car, build a car, you know, drive a car. I can work in construction. I could do landscape. I could do all these things. But in a game, I'm having a hard time. Like, think about that as a nature. Like, okay, he's having a hard time in this game, but he's survived as a human. What's harder, being a human in real life or playing a video game? It should be being a human in real life. So if someone's having any bit of difficulty in a game, I have to go, well, the teachers are bad. For the same reason, if a student is, you know, it's like you have to learn how to teach. You know, that's why teachers are so powerful. They are the people that get us to learn. Teachers have to figure out how to get people to learn. That's a very powerful skill or ability or whatever to have in real life. And that's something developers have to do. So if gamers time and time again are going, hey, I didn't even remember backstab. I don't even remember backstab. And they're 40, 50, 60 hours into No Rest, you got to go, well, wait a minute. Backstab is one of our first tutorials in the game, and everyone forgot it? Well, why? Because you only did it once. You didn't teach me anything. You just told me, hey, backstab's in the game. Okay, cool. Click, next. And then you carry on with your life, and you're like, oh no, they were trying to teach me something. But they didn't teach it. They just told you. And that's kind of what this game has an issue with No Rest, is that a lot of what's in the game is like, they tell you it's in the game, but they don't teach you shit. And I know that they're going to be working on that. It's just, again, I got to think about that default mindset. Where do devs come from? Where do they start? I know where we can go. I want to know why we're, you know, it's like starting on a house that's pre-built versus starting on a house when you got to go cut down the trees to get the wood to create the pre-built. You know, it's a very different scenario of finishing a bare bones computer and finding a PC case that fits that motherboard, that fits that CPU heatsink, that it has the correct fan, you know, terminal, so that you can put 3, 4, 5, 6 fans in it. Like, that's way different than here's all the pieces, build it. Well, you didn't have to go through the process of finding what pieces are supposed to even work together and how that fits. So it's a very different scenario. We're done with the waves, right? Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, so we're doing per hit. Had to give this game a short break. I kept dying to bullshit in the sewers. It's a game that, like, sometimes I sort of feel bad talking it up, because it is a really good game, but it is also in a, you know, early access, first time doing this as a company game. You know, it's in a state where they, you know, this is their first time doing anything like this as a company. So it's just it's a really weird position we're in life right now, where we're all like supporting the possibilities of things. You know, we're no longer like supporting what has already been proven or something. I don't know. Just see the future moving more and more towards people helping each other to try, rather than helping each other to make sure it, you know, I better get this. Well, let's try, you know, let's all try, you know. It'd be like having a cashier work in the warehouse, a warehouse guy work as a cashier, you know, a manager, or not a manager, but a janitor working in produce or something, cutting the meats. Like, everyone sort of do different jobs at the same company. You get a better understanding of how the whole company flows together. Like, I always liked that idea. I always tried to present that idea to my bosses. Like, hey, can we maybe do like some sort of like swapping or something? You know, where we all kind of teach each other all of our jobs. And I've never once gotten a boss to sign off or try to set up a program where we could all learn each other's jobs. Because it's one of the things that I always disliked about working for most companies, is that everyone wants to do their job, and, oh, well, you don't do my job, and I don't do your job. And blah. I'm like, yeah, but we all work at the same company. We should all want to know about what all of us are doing at the company. I want to know what the sales guy is doing. I want to know what my manager is doing. I want to know what the boss is doing. Because that'll give me a better understanding of what the whole company's supposed to be, you know, how it works. You know, if I'm only just head down looking at my job only, well, I only learn one aspect, and now if anything comes up, or if I think of anything in my position, I won't be able to present it to another part of the company because I know absolutely nothing about it. And I never liked that feeling, so. Alright, let's get back into this. I want to try and miss, I guess. I don't know how to miss. Do something like this, maybe? Yep, I button mash, you button mash. Show me something different. 2 hit him. It's like 25%. Oh, he's button mashing. He's button mashing. We better have the monster go crazy. Alright, that was a good one. That was a good one. Alright, let me clip that. See if I can get a good calculation here. Oh, physics, yes. Yeah, and I get that. It's just, this game's got so much coming, right? It's just too early. Game is too easy. It's just still too early. Game is too easy. Not enough content for replayability. Yes, you can create your own content as you are doing here, but the game needs a lot more hype to really go mainstream and bring in a bigger community. Just moving too slow. The studio size can only work so fast. I like how transparent they are being with updates, at least. Hopefully something happens soon that gives everyone stuff to do for a while. Right. And yeah, no, I completely agree. It's something that we have to constantly balance with, because, you know, like for instance, I'll go back to this game because it's a very good example. This is a game being designed by one person over the last 6 years. Okay, so this is a game made by one motherfucker, one person, over the same development time as No Rest for the Wicked. All right, I've put close to 300 hours into this game. It has one car. One car. I spent 300 hours in this game. No Rest for the Wicked has 150 weapons, cars, and I've put about 1,000 hours into it. What I'm getting at here is I have a game where one developer has created it over the same time frame as 90 developers at Moon Studios has created No Rest for the Wicked. And within that same idea, both early access, both first time doing this, you know, indie company, depending on how you want to look at it. One is one developer, the other is 90 developers. I don't really consider 90 developers an indie company anymore. That's a full-blown studio. So I don't think they call themselves indie. But what I'm getting at here is I've played games made by one or two devs over the course of 3, 4, 5, 6 years that have been in such a much higher quality standard by default that's where I start to not question, but I'm my curiosity for game development really grows because there's a saying that 25% of your employees do 90% of the work or something like that. So most of your employees at a company are almost doing nothing. So you can have 90 people at Moon Studios over the course of 6 years doing all this work and you go, look at this amazing work. But then if you go to play Night Runners and you go, okay, well, this is one developer over the course of 6 years that developed all this by himself. Well, then what's going on at No Rest that 90 people couldn't come up with all these things that one developer in the racing genre, if you know a lot about the racing genre and games and where we've come from and where we've gone, this game, Night Runners, is presenting such a high fucking standard, such a push to a new style of doing something that is beyond anything anyone has ever done. And he's doing it all by himself. So then I got to go, okay, well, No Rest for the Wicked, you've made 2 games already as a company. You've already made Ori, 2 games, right? So you've already done this, you've sold it, you've done the start to finish. So now you're doing a new game, you know, it's a brand new thing, I get it. But in the end I have to go, well, where is the work being done and where is that support sort of coming from, I guess, because 6 years in development, 7 years in development, and you know, we're already on a character wipe. We already had our first wipe. They've done multiple reworks. They're doing another rework to Bo. Isn't that kind of losing what I'm getting at here? But isn't that a little like it's more worry? It's more of a worry that after 7 years, it's still in this condition. Whereas after 7 years with this, it's, you know what I mean? Like, and I understand as a solo developer, you don't have to talk with anyone. So the more developers you have, you know, the more shit you're going to get into. I get that. But in the end, there's got to be something where it's like, you can't say, oh, well, we're a big company, so we got to get a lot of sales and all this. But then what you're really trying to say is, yeah, we could probably fire 70 employees, keep 20 that are really, really badass at making No Rest for the Wicked, and we wouldn't need as many sales, and we would probably get more work done. Like, it seems to me, Ark Survival Evolved, Scum, you know, Night Runners, all these indie companies, 1, 2, 3 developers, Minecraft, 1, 2, 3 developers, small teams that are creating just explosive games in their genres or in their categories. It's kind of like, well, damn, what is being worked on? Because if 7 years for one developer is a game that has thousands upon thousands of hours of replayability, and then there's a studio with 90 people who has maybe a couple hundred after 7 years, what's happening? Like, what is the grand scheme of game development that could even occur? You know, because you would think more, you know, the more heads you have, the more work you can get done, the more hands you have, the more people can program and code, but it doesn't seem to actually correlate to that. There's no actual proof that the more developers you have, the more work you could get done, you know? Yeah, it's not too easy for a noob like me. I'm the demographic this game will not attract, sadly. Yeah, so, I mean, this game, the fact that I'm playing this game lets me know that they're doing something that is at least grabbing some people who aren't into it. Because I don't care for, like, I'm not really into top-down. I'm not really into Souls-like. I don't care for difficult combat games. I like to have fun when I'm beating people up. But this game did something with the combat, with the look, the feel, the story that made me go, okay, well, I want to go through this, even if it is really hard for me, because the game is still hard for me, you know. And once they do more nerfs, it's going to get even tougher. But you know, they did something that grabbed my attention. Like, okay, no, this game is good. It's difficult as hell for me, no doubt. It's a difficult game. There's no denying it's a difficult game, but I still want to play it. Yeah, and that's why I do all this testing. Like you're saying, like, you know, you're creating your own content. This is mostly because it is in early access and we don't have all the data. But having this data will allow me to be a better player and enjoy the game even more. So I like it as a sort of, it's like Tarkov. In Tarkov, you don't become good because you got all the good weapons. You become good because of all the knowledge you now have of all the weapons and modifications and ammo and where to go in certain locations, nighttime, daytime, you know, where the scavs are going to be, where players tend to be. So having that knowledge is what really makes the game easy. And it's like, I don't think a lot of people think on those terms, where the more knowledge you have of something, the less likely it is to be difficult. So for something to be easy for one person and hard for another is not to say that it's not hard and it is easy or vice versa. It's that, hey, this person might not have the same understanding as another person, so let's talk about that versus, well, it's easy for me and it's hard for you. You know, like, well, no, it's easy for me because I have knowledge. I have the understanding. It's hard for you because you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the understanding yet, and that's fine. To just have it is not something any human possesses. You can't look at a skateboard and be like, I know how to do a kickflip, without ever having seen a kickflip or tried a kickflip at all. You wouldn't be able to possess that. So easy to me would be, I don't have to know anything to be able to get through it. Whereas this game, you do have to know some shit to get through it. You can't just button mash. You can't just block you can't just parry because you know parry's in the game. You still have to learn timing. You still have to learn which moves, grapples, slams, you know, stabs, rushes. There's still a lot you really have to, you know, gain as muscle memory and knowledge for you to then go, okay, well, now that I understand all that, I see what they're going for, and I can push around it. You know, that guy's going to run at me every time I come at him. Okay, now next time I'll just dodge out of the way and backstab him. But if I never come across that enemy, I can't know before I've seen that enemy do that he will do that definitively. Yeah, I like learning what the devs sort of want us to do, so long as they give us the information that you know, provides us that knowledge we can learn. It's like right now, early access, we don't really have all the information, so I'm trying to find the information myself. And by doing this will teach me a little bit more about how to play a game or how to understand a game, because I wasn't just given the knowledge. That's why Tarkov's so good. The players that are really good at that game are good at that game because they put in the time and effort to learn and understand and try, you know, make a lot of mistakes over and over to see, you know, what the outcome might be, how it might change. Yeah, broaden your horizon. I'll always say that. Broaden your horizon. Okay, so, oh shit, wait, no, that's right, the clip. That's right, I forgot we had the clip to watch. Let me get that. Okay, so I want to see how much it goes up per projectile. That's what we're looking for. There it is. Three gave 75%. Yep, okay. 3 gave 25% or 75%. Spark and Plague Wave. Alright, there we go. I just try to verify this with the other ones now. Want to make sure they're all doing the same thing. Those all hit him. Wait, hold up. So here's Fireball. It spreads out. Here's Electric. Okay, it does spread out too. No, shoot down. Okay, there's water. That's 1. That's 25%. Okay. Alright, 1 was 25%. Mother effer. He also says mother effer. Yeah, okay, so 125, so that's verified. Alright, next. Got the waves, we got the sweeps, we got the novas. Got the balls. We got the balls. Whoops. Thunderstrike. Homing Frost and the streams. Last three staff. I guess let's let homie heal up. Yeah, we're just in a new age of gaming where it's like, because we have so many options too, as Physics was kind of saying, like, but the game needs a lot more hype to really go mainstream and bring in a bigger community. If people like what they like, they'll keep playing it, right? But if there's a bunch of things out there that everybody likes and you can just wait for the next thing, the only way to build community is to be a loyalist. It's the only way. How do you get people to keep playing No Rest for the Wicked? Well, there can't be other games that people can go to. Because if you can, because I don't get paid to play No Rest for the Wicked. So to me, if the devs really wanted people to play this game all the time and constantly keep playing it, and so that it looks like the game's popular and there's a lot of, player base to it, you have to find a way to get your community to not want to play any other game but yours. Because the new age is that we have tons of games. Like I said, we go over this almost every single stream. I'm waiting on Monster Hunter Wilds content. I'm up to date. I 100% this game. I have everything done. Not all the weapons max or whatever, but I have enough to do everything. Stalker 2, waiting on updates. Tokyo Extreme Racer, waiting on updates. Pal World, waiting on updates. Scum, waiting on updates. Night Runners, I'm waiting on its release. I finished that game. So the only reason I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked myself is because I don't have anything else to play. If I did, I would just go jump on that. because I don't need to test this. The reason I'm testing is because every other game I have right now, I'm done with. So I might as well just keep testing in no rest. Hopefully it helps, you know, people see I keep playing it. Oh, this dude's still playing it, still playing it. And maybe people go, okay, well, yeah, let me keep checking it out because they're still going. But if everyone goes, oh, well, it's in early access, we got to wait for content, we got to wait for updates, well, then it's not going to show that the game's popular. So even if you have a game like Pal World, and this is becoming the new thing, if you guys have been paying attention to the gaming, like gaming, not journalism, but gamers talk, everyone says it. Oh, this game released 2 months ago and the 75% of the player base has died. This is happening in the biggest games today. The reason this is happening is because we have so many games to switch off to. So you can't hold a player base in a genre or in a niche genre like this, like in a popular genre or a niche genre, if the idea is, one, it's niche, and two, it's early access, because people are going to be able to just jump away from the game. There's nothing that says I need to be playing right now to get everything from No Rest for the Wicked. Now, do I want the devs to add a bunch of time-limited garbage and, you know, oh, well, you got to play in early access to get this for full release? I don't like that either. But in this day and age, the only way to keep a player base is to ensure that they have to come back and play your game. They have to. There has to be a login bonus. There has to be something that ensures people stay with your game, even if it has no content. I think that's the only way this game will ever really become super popular. Now, co-op's gonna help. Co-op's gonna help, but I don't think that's a good sign of a good game. Because you can put co-op, I mean, you could look at so many games from the past. There are a lot of good games that were co-op, but once everyone started playing by themselves or with randoms, it wasn't fun anymore. So a game that you can play with anybody, friend or no friend, that's a good co-op system. What I think is going to happen with No Rest for the Wicked is we're going to see so many people creating so many niche realm modifier ideas that everyone is going to quite literally be playing a different thing all the time and trying to play with a bunch of different people every single day that are doing different modifiers, different realm tiers, different skill levels. It's going to be hard as hell. So the co-op is going to get friends, people that are friends to play together. I don't think co-op's going to get a lot of randoms playing together. I mean, how many people are going to want to come into my realm and be like, dude, I can't buy a house. Why? Well, because I have everything already. Don't worry about it. Well, I want to build a house. Rah, 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 rah. It's like, that's not, you know. So I already know that's going to happen. I've played Ark. I've played, you know, I've set up Ark Survival Evolved servers, Minecraft servers, Pal World servers, played many Scum servers. People come in, they play for a little bit, and then they quit. And it's usually what happens. So co-op, I see the same thing happen. People come in, they'll play for a little bit, and then they'll just quit. And then you'll have this guy's house or, you know, a bunch of shit in the house you can't touch because it's not your house. And then it's like, well, you're not playing anymore. And it's just a really weird position we're in with gaming nowadays. Everybody talks about, well, we got to keep a player base. We got to build hype. We got to do all this stuff. The way to do that is to keep playing the game. You can't quit playing the game and expect other people to start playing it for some random reason. It can't happen. It does not happen ever, ever, ever. Show me one game that gained popularity because nobody was playing it. It doesn't occur. So the moment people stop playing an early access game is the moment it starts dying. You have to keep playing it even if there's nothing else to do because it's early access, you know? So if the idea is we want to build hype, we want to build a community, everybody needs to play it. Keep playing it every day. I don't have anything else to do. It doesn't matter. Find something else. Because if like I said, if the true nature is I want the game to grow, you got to keep going. So like that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm testing weapons over and over and over and over, all these different runes and stuff. But no one's coming in like, oh, dude, can you test this rune? Dude, can you tell me how this rune works with that and that? So, you know, I can do my part in trying to keep the game up and, you know, streams going and maybe some information. you know, that a lot of people aren't really seemingly interested in, and it's tough. The best way to keep a game popular, the best way to keep a game, you know, a hype growing is you have to keep playing it. You can't stop playing it. It's like, how do you get people to keep playing a game when they consider it to be done? Like, there's nothing else for me to do. Like, you're right. There's no co-op. There's no way to farm. So it does become very tough. How do we get people to stay playing No Rest? I mean, there are people who are way better than me, but they're not out there testing runes. They're not testing every weapon. They play the weapons that are good. They, you know, Ring of Determination, beat the Echo Knight with 20k damage, and then they quit playing No Rest for the Wicca and move on to something else. Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah, there's so many examples as to why this happens. It's just we have too much. We have so many games out now. There's no way to keep a player base if there's ever a point of downtime. So the devs do want to do longer patch updates for this game, and if co-op comes out, like I said, it might get people to play more, a little bit more, but I think if people are playing more together, then there's going to be, you know, like there's going to be splitting of the work. So one player goes out and gets a bunch of stuff, and then the other player comes in, they just play the game with you. Well, they're going to get bored with it because they don't have to go through the whole thing, the whole part of the game by themselves now. So it's like playing a survival game with 10 people versus playing a survival game by yourself. 10 people, well, I could have one person go get wood, one person go get, you know, stone, one person go get dirt, one person go kill animals for food. All the while, me as a solo survivor, I gotta go get all the food. I gotta go get the wood. I gotta chop up the wood. I gotta build the house. I gotta do all the everything. So it's a completely different experience. But again, with Ark and other survival games I've played, a lot of people quit these games because they don't need to do everything. You know, I've watched friends come in like, you know, hey man, can I get a set of armor? I give them a, you know, a set of armor. They go out and play, they die, they lose the armor, and they go, oh, well, I don't want to have to go craft armor. And well, I'm out of armor. I only need my one armor set. I don't die in my survival game because I can't. I don't want to have to redo all this work again, right? But because they didn't have to go through the process of actually making the armor, they lose the armor. They have no investment in it. They don't care. I'm not going to make armor. I didn't have to make it armor before. I quit. And then they stop playing Ark, or they stop playing Minecraft, and I'm there still trying to survive and play the game while, you know, other people have just moved on to something else. Because again, you know, it's not like a job or a school or something. Like, you have to go to school. You know, you better work. You better, you know, or else you're going to get fired. With games, there's no repercussion to being a quitter as a gamer. You can quit anytime you want, and there's what a dev's going to do? Hate you for that? You know what I mean? So it's something that gamers have to come together for. You know, we could hope that the developers keep coming out with content, but there's an understanding side to that where, well, yeah, they can't just always have more content than we can game. Because developing for 8 hours a day versus gaming for 8 hours a day, I'm going to get through that content way faster than they could ever develop. So we kind of have to take a step back and go, okay, well, let me enjoy this world that I'm done with and just kind of explore it, you know? Go out for a walk, you know? I've been living in my neighborhood for 15 years, but how often do you go out for just to walk the neighborhood, you know? So it's kind of like that. Sometimes you just need to go for a walk. There's nothing new in my neighborhood. Yeah, but just go for a walk anyway. Put in a half an hour, just walk around your town and look, check things out, and street lamps and buildings and stuff. And, you know, yeah, I know that building's been there forever. But maybe a part of the brick was cracked. You know, just kind of maybe go out and look for that, you know. Find more to what you've already seen. Get up close, find the details. Maybe that was fake brick you thought was real this whole time. Go and touch it. Shit, that is fake brick. That's not real. I always thought this building had real bricks. It's fake. What do we got here? Hellfire and Thunderstrike. 122 with a 25% build up, build up, build up, build up, build. Homing Frost. Oh, we could test hail. I totally forgot about that. Did I not put hail on any of this stuff? Hail is before hellfire. Yeah, let me go grab hail. Totally forgot. Got a second one of those now we could test. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. You make me happy with skies all gray.
I felt.
Oh, not hail. Where does hail go? Wait, wand attacks work on staff too? I thought it was just... Really? I thought one-handed wands were for one-handed runes. Two-handed runes for oh. A wand on here too? So can you put staff shit on wands? If I can. Launch a wave. So what's hail? What else launches? Okay, fire wave. So hail is like fire wave. Launch a wave, and then this one, launch a wave of fireballs, launch a wave of lightning bolts, launch a wave of violent curses. So this should be the ice one. Launch a wave of ice bolts to freeze. Right, hail. We got you.
May your true name never be spoken, sir.
Hoochie! You're a hoochie. Alright. Done with that one. So now we'll do these ones. The streams. We got Frost Stream and Inferno. Stream. Okay, so how long is that? So if I have 840. Okay, so let's go ahead and use all of this real quick. I need to see how much it uses in 100. Okay, so it looks like 25 hits. That's um 1 per 4 focus. Pretty good. Or well, yeah. Yeah, for every 4 focus we get 1 attack. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 16 out of about 75 focus. Now we see if fire follows the scythe. Does it follow the scythe? Oh, excuse me. Yep. Oh, he's button mashing. Oh, he's button mashing. Almost looks like fire gets a lot less. Yeah, fire gets less. Yeah, it's weird. That one's actually a little bit different. All right. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. Staff is done. Go grab gauntlets. Yeah, bow's pretty good. Oh, wrong place. Double dagger, I think I did right. Yeah, looks like it. And daggers have some of the craziest amount of need. Way. Let's see if fire or frost. Think about putting frost on here. If it can go on wands. I know wand runes can go on staffs, so. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, for some reason, I didn't write anything down for these. I have no idea how I just managed to not write anything down. For gauntlets, I don't have anything according to stun. I don't know how I did that. I don't have hits for drive break, for plague wretch, recoil strike, rising. Like, I don't know how I. Like, this is why I feel like maybe my Google Sheets is being sabotaged. I don't have one for tremor wave. Like, how did I miss all of these? I have the damage numbers, but I don't have the stun and I don't have the multiplier. Like, it just, I'm trying to think back when I was testing the gauntlets. I tested 1, 2, 3, 4. The first 4. What do we got? Break Rush. Yeah, because I don't have... Yeah, Buster Rift. And then we did Rising Fang and Skyfall Smash. Which I did Skyfall Smash fine. But Rising Fang, I just only have the damage. I don't know what I was doing at that time. But it apparently wasn't filling out this data properly. Oh, let me grab, guess we should just grab these two. Could use on this. Oh, the damage gain, yeah.
Try not to bleed.
Drop kick, front foot kick. Swipe kick is 7. Sorry. Only because I'm button mashing. So fucking stupid. I so hate this shit. I'm just trying to get some testing done because you guys provide us with no ability to do this. Just need to verify all this data. You guys should just be telling us. So they all follow the same front flip kick, swipe kick, and then turn back kick. Okay, so they're all the same. Not quite sure why you would use them otherwise. Like you might as well just see. This is what I mean by like default. How does a dev think about default? You have 3 moves here that all do the exact same amount of poise damage, that do different amounts of damage for different costs. I'm confused. So the one that costs more does the same amount of damage as the one that costs less. It does the same poise damage, the same, like, what are you going for here? Other than what someone mentioned earlier was that maybe some of these can actually be tied into rune attacks. But I don't have enough crap to test every rune with swipe kick. I would have to put swipe kick on every single weapon in the game and then go, okay, it does cancel with this. It does cancel with this. So some people are stating that you could use swipe kick to cancel rune attacks. Like, let's say a rune attack does 2 hits or whatever. You can press it. It does 1 attack, go into swipe kick, and immediately get out of that second attack. That's what I'm being, like, that's kind of what's being described, is that you can kind of cancel certain aspects of rune attacks. But me, I don't know why I would. Nope. Well, I guess, yeah, might as well finish testing. That do no damage to him? Oh, he's button mashing. I guess he's not allowed to fight anymore. So stupid. Feels so bad. Like, they actually think this is good combat. Like, I like the combat movesets, but the combat with an enemy is atrocious. Just because I'm pressing a button multiple times doesn't mean I'm button mashing. It just means I'm waiting for your game to catch up to my brain's computing power. You know, my brain goes hit 16 times. The game goes hit 1, hit 1, hit 1, hit 1, hit 1, hit 1. My brain's still like, yeah, let's go 16. 1, 1, 1, 1. And then it gets to 16. My brain goes, yeah, where were you? I was waiting for you. So I still have yet to play any game where the game's faster than my processing capability as a human being. I've never played a game where I had to be faster at my capability to play the game. I've had some unresponsive moments. Yeah, and again, you know, the stutters occur often. You know, certain attacks seem to lag. So, you know, I get it. It just sucks. It really sucks, man. Just want to test right now. I don't even care about playing the game. I just want to test. Really wish I could figure out why my ear never pops. Figure this problem out one day. I've had this issue for a long time too. If I go out running or if I go out biking, if I go do something like physical for like 10, 20 minutes or whatever, my ear just clogs. I don't even know what it is. Like, I haven't looked it up. Why does my ear randomly close? It's not build up. Sinus congestion, allergies, infections. Like what? I don't get sick. I don't have a runny nose. I'm always curious. Like I don't know why my ear it closes. It's not clogged. It just closes. Like if you were to just do this for a little bit, it acts like that. I've never been able to figure it out. Like right now, it's trying to do it. I don't know. Right ear is fine. Just my left ear. Okay, so those all do the same thing. But at least we got their numbers down. Uses. Say, might as well go with front flip kick. It's the fastest and least amount of stamina. No reason to use the other one's drop kick, slow and dumb. I mean, it does more poise, but it's so slow and you miss so often that I wouldn't even try. I'd rather just front flip kick all day. I'd rather spend a little bit more stamina having to use it 4 more times over than to try for a drop kick. Like a drop kick's how you end a poise if the enemy's already done attacking or something. But I wouldn't use drop kick as a main. Not ever. Way too slow. Way too many opportunities for the enemy to dodge out of the way. Drone trap. Throw axe number 2. Let's see how many we need. So it's able to do poise, but I think it's like 20. So we gotta do 20 of these. $18, $19, $20. Yep. 5% apiece. Alright, we are done with those. Let's try it on these. See if it varies. Yep, it does. Yep. All because I'm button mashing. Only because I'm button mashing. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to see. Alright. Yep, come on, come on. Look at how fast he is because you button mash. It's just, it's too predictive. Too predictive. Oh, he's trying to button mash. No, I'm just trying to find the opportunity for when your game is open for opportunity, you know? It's just so funny. As soon as I was just button mash, drone tribe, and he, like, they just don't stop. Like, dude, program your shit so it's not just so predictive. It would be nice to play one game where I'm not like, oh, because I pressed a button, the enemy also presses a button. Ugh. Provide some error to your AI. I'm gonna tell you right now, it'll make your game feel so fucking crazy awesome. Because people will be like, what? He just missed me? Like, it'll be good to see it happen. Fighting an enemy and he goes to jump at you and you dodge to the left, he goes to the right, and you're like, oh, he totally predicted it wrong. Just wrong. That would be so great to see. Because it would incorporate a different facet of combat I've never, ever, ever, ever seen in a single game ever created. Error. AI has to have error programmed into them. They should not always be on. Oh, I gotta attack here. No, sometimes they should go, oh, I want to attack to the left, and then I jump to the right, and they go, fuck. He's not even there. Not always I'm going to where the players go. I want the enemy to react without my input, before my input, long after my input. Not always just because. I don't know if that's an inherent thing to gaming development, combat games, whatever. But it would be nice to play a game where I come in and the enemy goes to stab me and just misses. I stand there, do nothing, and he misses me. Like, imagine that type of programming in AI. That would be hilarious. Like, they make mistakes, or, you know, let's say I dodge to the left and he usually swings to the left or whatever, and then next time he swings to the right, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't know that he was going to change his arms. Like, things like that to me are ways you can add to combat without adding anything to combat. Just add some error where the enemy is sometimes out of range and still attacks, where the enemy is too close and decides to jump away for some odd reason instead of attack. It would be fun to find some difference in how the enemies care for themselves, I guess. You know? Alright, don't suggest that. Gonna put us another 3 years. I'm gonna make it so bosses can't have infinite spin attacks that you can't dodge away from, or have enough parries before you run out of stamina. Well, yeah, so that's there, and Thomas has stated this, that's them punishing button mashers. So again, if I go into this fight and I start just button mashing drone trap. Now, drone trap takes like 3 seconds to throw. But if the more I press that as it's doing that, his next attack is faster. His next attack is fast. Because I'm constantly pressing something. Now, my actions are still slow because drone trap's slow. But because I'm pressing the button that whole time, the monster is reacting to that input, even though there's no action for it, and thus goes, okay, so I should be faster too. And you're like, no, I'm not doing anything that warrants it to be faster other than you're reading my inputs as me trying to button mash. And that's not what's occurring. To me, button mashing is if I were to press spacebar 16 times when the enemy attacks me once. That's button mashing. Oh man, the enemy is about to attack me. That's button mashing, not 2 dodges. 2 dodges is not button mashing. You know? So to me, the idea of what the developers want to do with, we want to punish button mashers. No, punish your animators. Because the animations in the game have such long idle out or idle into play that it just takes too long. So you're constantly there like, okay, I'm going to press this button. You know, when the attack ends, oh, I missed the opportunity. So let me press it again, and now it works. So all I'm doing is just trying to find the opportunity for when the animation in the game ends and when I can do another. I'm not trying to say I want to do 16 drone traps in a row. I'm just saying I want to do a drone trap as soon as possible. And the developers think, let's punish people that are looking for the opportunity moments instead of punish people that are actually using the actions. So the same thing, like I said, with the fact that I can double dodge without having my hand on the keyboard lets me know that that is a problem. So you want to punish button mashers, punish people that are actively constantly pressing the spacebar. But if I double press and I let go of the spacebar before the first dodge even ends, you do not load up another dodge because my input is no longer active even during the first action occurrence. And this is something these developers need to focus on, is that it's not punishing button mashers. It's your animations are so unstable that we can't tell when something starts and when something ends. So the button mashing has to be part of the gameplay to find the most to find the fastest opportunity, you know. But again, if an enemy goes to attack me with a big slam and I dodge like that, then yes, punish me for dodging 6 times on something that only requires 1 dodge, 2 dodge, you know. So, you know, if I watch a streamer and they're playing against a boss and I'll watch them do this to get away from the boss, I go punish that shit. You do not need to dodge 15 times. Once, twice, 3 times, but anything after 3, you're a masher like it's no other. There's not a single situation in this game where you need to dodge like that to get away from a single attack. So I don't mind them punishing the idea of someone whose actions are button mashing. But if I'm just pushing a button and my character's doing nothing, it doesn't mean I'm trying to do that action anymore. You now need to understand I'm just trying to find the opportunity. And I think once they figure that out, this combat's going to get really good. Really good. Alright, we're going to throw those away. I put these on test gauntlet with 10 days. Okay, yeah. Okay, drone trap is fixed damage no matter what. Alright. Definitely needs to clean up when input commands can be executed. Should be able to smash buttons and it not make a difference. That's it. That's all I'm saying, is that if I'm still pressing the button after my dodge finishes, yes, I am button mashing. But if I'm pressing the button during a dodge, it doesn't mean I also want to do another dodge. It just means I might have pressed it again right as that action occurred, and now I'm telling you, okay, one more press, that was a mistake. So you don't load that up because I'm still doing that dodge. So while I'm doing the dodge, if I press, nothing. But after that dodge finishes, if he's still pressing the button, then yes, that motherfucker should dodge again, and yes, I should be punished for doing that. So yeah, I do think they just need to tighten that up, because it's just too long. Again, this is proof for me. You guys can literally see my hands before the first dodge ends, and it does a second. So yes, I double tap, but I'm already done before the first action. That to me is proof the input queue is 50% too long. 50% too long. I can literally show you my hands before the first dodge finishes, and it will do a second dodge. Who was button mashing? Not me. Not me. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. I'm not button mashing anymore. The dodge worked. I stopped pressing, but because during the dodge I pressed again, the developers think that's button mashing. That is not what button mashing is. They have a misunderstanding for that. It's not what that is. Yeah, right. This is definitely not hack and slash. That's for sure. I get that, yeah. I mean, sometimes you can be. Okay, so now we are testing. We got those. Break rush. Let's go. Gauntlet time. We got 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. Break rush. Break rush first. Oh, you're not even healed. Oh god, I almost killed him. That would have sucked. Damage on... Yeah, I know. I know. That's the devs not doing math. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. That's all I'm saying. If I gave you a math formula that was 10 plus 10 and another math formula that was 10 plus 99 billion, which one would you, based off of just those two formulas, think is more? The math issue in this game is beyond my understanding. I love math. I'm not a crazy math guru, but I love math because it's a defined, like, there's no lying. There's no bullshitting math. 2 plus 2 is it's always 4, because 4 is always 2 plus 2. Is always 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. You know, it's always 1 plus 3. It's always 3 plus 1. It's all, like, it's 2 plus 1 plus 1. It's always, it doesn't matter what formula you use, it will still be that. So the fact that they were able to create a breach update, and this is what, like, if I could interview the devs, this would be one of my questions. When it comes to balancing to stop players from becoming too powerful, what procedures and what verifications do you guys use to ensure the math is correct? I want to understand this. Because if a gamer comes in and goes, okay, 10% plus 10% plus 10% is 30%, and that 30% makes me too powerful, then how is it the developers who created 10%, 10%, 10% had no idea about that? Like, it boggles my mind that the testing in this game seems to be non-existent for some things. Like, someone's definitely programming and coding all of this stuff into the game. I don't know if Moon Studios is actively testing it. Like, actually, that, like, it works. 10% works. But I don't think anyone at Moon Studios is going, okay, well, what if we did 10% plus the other 10% that we put on the other boots? No one's testing that. At least that's what it seems like to me. Because if their sole purpose for the reason why we got a character wipe was because they wanted to prevent people having too strong of builds, then how is it they messed up again? The initial problem was, okay, we didn't know we were testing some things, right? But then you did a character wipe stating we don't want people to be too strong. And you made people stronger than before Breach. So in what way is Moon Studios testing actual damage outputs in this game? Because if before we were really strong and that was too much for them, and now after Breach we're even stronger than before, someone did the math wrong twice. That's 2 times that Moon Studios has completely missed the math of the game. And I need to understand how that is possible. If you have 2 plus 2 is 4 and you have 2 plus 2 is 99 billion, well, someone needs to fix that, because there's a huge discrepancy with the values in the game. It's very easy to see. When you got somebody doing 20k damage and you only want us doing 1k, well, then your guys' math is about 19,000 points off. That's a huge problem. Someone didn't do the math at Moon Studios, and this is proof. You can't tell me otherwise, because gamers are proving that the math is wrong, right? It's not a balance issue. It's a we didn't do the math issue. There's no way to prove it otherwise, because all you have to do is go, let's get the weakest monster with the strongest gear in the game, and let's see how much damage we do, and we'll balance it to that. I don't think they did that at all. I don't know if they could prove that they tested it, because how would you prove that you tested damage outputs to ensure we weren't gods, yet people figured it out within no time? So it scares me that after 7 years, they're still trying to figure out math. Like, if one weapon hits for 10 damage and the resistance for the enemy is 10, well, then it hits for no damage. That would be my thought process. You start there. You start with flat rates, and then you work in your craziness, whatever, your percentages, whatever. So it seems to me like maybe they need to go back to just raw outputs. Get rid of percentages in the game because they don't seem to work well, and then come back to it once you figured out raw inputs. Because I think the state of the math in the game right now is it's so wrong. And what I mean by wrong is they wanted us to not be powerful, and we are so damn powerful, it makes me curious. What do they believe is correct? Because this is supposed to be us being less powerful than before. Wrong. We're more powerful. So someone did the math just wrong. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not good at, like, I don't make games. I don't. But I can easily go, okay, well, 100% on 1,000 damage is going to be a lot of fucking damage. But did anyone do that at, so I don't know. I'm curious. All right. All right, let me catch up on you, physics. All right. Almost seems like they're aiming towards a trading blows mentality, like you attack, then step back, or roll, then adjust for your next attack. Right, the methodical thinking, I attack, you attack. I attack, you attack, It's more of just like it's a waiting game, is the way I kind of see it. Definitely not hack and slash. I literally don't even have to attack anything. Super interesting. Late game, may have to adjust my plate style, but at this time, it's lame. Yeah. Well, you see a percentage on everything, but seems like they really aren't using percentage-based stuff. Just says it's percentage. Do you think this is gonna season wipe based content like PoE, or will it be world constant? I don't they've talked about the like season wipe stuff, and I don't think they're gonna be doing that. Like for after full release, the games, that's it. They're not gonna be, if they wipe after full release, walk away from this company. You know, like I'd be very worried about that because they haven't stated anything about this becoming a seasonal wipe or, you know, like character, you know, what's the other term? Forget what else it was called. But yeah, if they do that, I'd probably step away. If I found out after release they were gonna do wipes every 3-4 months for like PvP, you know, to make PvP. No. I will play the game for those 4 months and then be gone. But yeah, the whole basis is let us be gods in the end. A means to an end. So to me, there should be no game where you start or where you end where you started. And that's kind of where this game is, sort of. Okay? So you start out by being able to take, let's say, 3 hits before you die, right? And then you get all the way to endgame, and how many hits does it take for Echo Knight to kill me? 3 hits. So I start the game by taking 3 hits, and I end the game by still taking 3 hits. So nothing changed. You know, same thing with the enemies. I start the game with the enemies, you know, enemies might take 10 hits to kill. I get to the end game, the enemies take 10 hits to kill. Well, nothing happened then, you know? So now I'm not saying that this game is entirely like that, but there are aspects in this game that make it feel that way. So I can start the game out with, you know, a crappy weapon, no armor, take a certain amount of hits, do a certain amount of damage over a certain amount of time. I get to the end game and I still have moments where I feel exactly as powerful, where I'm hitting the enemy 3, 4, 5 times to kill it, where the enemy's hitting me 3, 4, 5 times to kill me, and it's just like, well, that's how I started the game. So to me, it should be more like, you know, I start the game doing 30 attacks to kill the guy, and then it comes down to 20, and then 10, and then eventually it becomes 5 all the time. There is no one shot, because there would be a cap limit on the possibility per attack to allow someone to kill someone regardless of what they're using, because we want to ensure that the combat stays within the game. Action RPG. So I could see a possibility that they add soft caps to damage outputs based on what they feel is a good flow for that combat. So if we fight an enemy and they want us to at least hit them 5 times, or they want us to at least see 5 attacks before we kill them, they might put some sort of soft caps on damage outputs based on certain scenarios, so that we have to go through phase 1 and phase 2 of Echo Knight. We have to actually go through Echo Knight's teleport before we can kill him. Because to kill him before that would be like saying, oh, we didn't balance out the entirety of the combat so that it flowed together nicely, you know? So it's like in Monster Hunter, you know, the monster starts by doing something, you cut off the tail, now it can't do this, it does something different. You know, you get 25% health, now it's faster, it's doing more damage because it's about to die, it's crazy, it's making mistakes, it's doing 3, 4, 5 attacks in a row. So I like that aspect of combat. I want to feel that difference as it's going through, but not because I'm forcing the difference. I want that monster to also have a mind of its own sometimes too. So going to fight, like I said, going to fight Echo Knight and he's off his horse standing there and you're like, aren't you supposed to be on the horse? Not this time. That'll be phase 2 is him on the horse. Like that would be cool to see, because you'd be like, okay, well, I've faced him on the horse before, but I've never faced him first on his feet. You'd come in and be like, oh shit, okay, well, wait a minute. And then maybe another time we fight his horse and him at the same time. Horse is trying to slam on me while he's stabbing me. I gotta pay attention. Which one do I... Okay, the horse is slower, so let me go over to him. Ba, 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 ba. Now go over to the horse. I could see some stuff like that being fun. You know, but that would be at the state of where we're actually more capable, too, to handle 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies, ambushes, and things like that. Alright, let me go get some water real quick. I don't have the patience for PoE 2. Yeah, I for me that game was just a little too itself, you know? Yeah, just not for me though. Can't have games that have both additive and multiplicative mechanics. They don't mix. Change up and he has different element damage or swap up rune attacks he uses. Yeah, you know, and yeah, we've mentioned that with like Absolver. You know, to me, this is something that Dauntless failed to do. Monster Hunter still fails to do 21 years later. Capcom still doesn't do this. It's what you just mentioned. Echo Knight in fire, in cold, in plague, in electric. Why not? Why not? How is that not something developers ever think about? Oh, hey, let's make this element in electric and in fire and in cold and in plague. All of them, every single enemy, every single boss should be able to have variants like that. I would always do that. Always. Any combat game I've ever played, I go, why am I only fighting them on fire? Why am I only fighting them with cold? Why don't you make them cold too? Make them electric this time. So when I come in, I go, I got my electric weapon. He's electric. Well, fuck, this ain't gonna do nothing now. I thought that was the fun of having elements in a game. Surprise. Like, so I really, that to me is, it's a default. If you put elements in your game, you know, you got wood, you got stone, you got, you know, steel, all these different elements, all these different materials, I better see all of those being constantly flipped and manipulated and varied throughout the game. You know, it'd be cool if monsters had other monster movesets. You know, maybe you walk in, you see Echo Knight giving a high five to the Huntress or something, or you see Echo Knight petting the bear, and you go, oh shit, Echo Knight has the bear movesets. And then the bear runs off, and you're like, okay, all right, I'm fighting Echo Knight with bear moves. Like, so you could tell us by showing us, oh, hey, you know, again, like, let's say I go to fight the Huntress, the bear, and you know, Echo Knight is there. Well, now I go, well, wait, what's going on? And Echo Knight jumps onto the bear, and I go, wait a minute. So the bear is now Echo Knight's horse, and it's gonna, like, shit like that to me would be cool to see in combat games, where I fought this bear 5 times, and then the 6th time, all of a sudden he's Echo Knight's with him. Oh, Echo Knight rides him like the horse. Holy shit, that's cool. That is cool, because it's no longer the bear, it's the Echo Knight horse I'm fighting. Just looks like the bear. I think that idea is cool. All these developers out here have infinite amounts of content that they don't use. Utilize your content. Make tier 1 gear become tier 3 gear. Make tier 3 gear just as shitty as tier 1 if you don't do something. You know, you have that ability so that I can take any weapon in the game and essentially find a way to make it as capable as any other weapon in the game. It's the same logic I have for street racing games. A stock Civic, a stock Corvette. Well, the stock Corvette's gonna beat that stock Civic. But it's not to say that a stock Corvette can't be beaten by a modified Civic. So if I beef up my Civic and I put more turbo on it and I put nitrous on it, well, now that stock Corvette is gonna lose. So my Civic can eventually become faster than a stock Corvette. Just like if that Corvette now modifies his Corvette, well, now the Civic's slow again. Well, now I gotta put $50 more thousand into it. You know, whereas the Corvette only has to put 10 more grand to get up there. And then I put 100 grand, and then he puts 25 grand to get up there. It's because the potential of that technology requires less input. It requires less work. But if someone dedicates to a blood-rusted sword from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, that bitch should be as powerful as endgame tier 3, 4, 5, 6 weapons. So yeah, I could buy a Tall War and it does more damage than a blood-rusted by default. Yes, that's true. But there should be no means, at least in the gaming sense, at least in the gaming industry, where I can't take that weapon I got from the beginning of the game, get all the way to end game, level it up, get an endgame weapon, get a bunch of cool ass materials, and then take my beginning gear weapon and level it all the way up to endgame, so that I can play both an endgame weapon that was already there by near default, and play the game, play a weapon that I started the game out with that also has the potential of endgame. You know, like, so to me, a means to an end is what I would like to see in every game. You should always be able to have everything in the game be eventually as capable as anything else in the game, so long as the person dedicates the time and effort to do it. So if I want to make my cloth armor as strong as plate armor, I would have to go get another set of this gear. I would have to get another Bonehawk feathers purple set. I would have to match it, then put it on top of it and stamp it. And now instead of 120 armor, maybe my cloth armor now is 150. And then I get another 2 sets of Bonehawk feathers. I smash those together, then put that onto mine, and now it has 200 armor. So if I want to dedicate time and effort to building up cloth to be plate, yet as light as cloth, let me do that over the course of time. Let me get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces of armor, smash them bitches together, and make an even stronger piece of cloth, albeit the fact that I had to get 10 of them, level 10 of them up, and then smash them, pay money to smash them into each other, so that I can have one piece of cloth armor that's as good as a piece of plate that I can just go buy right now. So let us have that means to an end. I like my cloth armor. Let me make it plate eventually. Long time. Lots of materials. Lots of upgrading. Lots of spending. Or I just go buy plate. I become capable. I become a tank. And now I just play for a little bit with heavy plate armor. Heavy roll. But over time, I now get my cloth armor and it's stronger. And now I can go back to cloth and faster, and I can play different ways. And, I like the idea of universal capability. That's what I look for. Yeah, random base encounters. Now I have fought Echo Knight. Alright, we can go back now. No, I have fought Echo Knight in Pestilence Zone. That blew my mind first time. It was awesome to see. Yes, same thing. I was like, there's no way I'm fighting, out in the open. I don't have to worry about falling off a cliff. I don't have to worry about redoing the rooms. That was very nice to see. Yes. It's playing how you want to play. Weapons shouldn't make the difference, in my opinion. It should come down to runes, skills, and playstyle. The ability to capitalize on that weapon, yes. You want to play slow and hard, you better be good at planning your moves. Right. This guy wanting to play it how he wants to play it. Right. Let me play my game. Want to play what you are describing. Basically describing BDO. Yeah, Black Desert Online. So I know that people have done it, but that's what I mean. I think that's kind of where games are going to be heading. I think they're going to be heading towards a state where games are going to be more universal to the understanding of their content. So that I can literally take any piece of content from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, and take end game content back to the beginning of the game, and it still be viable or useful, and not be, too crazy, overpowered or something like that, or, have the ability for me to scale it up my own way. Which I think we do have coming. Okay, let's get back to this. Break rush. Are you healed up, buddy? You healed? All right. This one's kind of hard. still like the idea of getting a new, better weapon. Going back to Final Fantasy VII, getting a new Buster Sword that hits for 50 more damage. It's exciting to see an upgrade. No, and that's what I mean. So here, let me give a better example of this. It's kind of like in my racing games. So, you know, I start my racing game with a starter car. I start building it up. I get an exhaust for it. You know, we're racing. We're getting a little bit faster. But then I get to this race where, are there ads? Always? Okay. I'll wait till they end then. I see you in 4 minutes. Takes so long to do sometimes. I gotta wait for him to reset. I gotta clip this because I can't read this quick enough. We do kind of have that already with the equipment upgrades, just need refine. I'm gonna boot it up and go smash my shields when I would rather sit here and talk about it than I've said it many times, like I enjoy testing games more than I enjoy playing them. Like I like fucking with shit. I like messing around. Like when I have something finished, well yeah, it's finished. I see what it is. I see what it does. Now can I mess with it? Like let me do some stupid stuff to it. I love testing. Like for me, I'm like, oh yeah, let me increase the movement speed. Let me increase the attack speed. I want to see how crazy this game would feel if it was super fast. You know, if I was a developer, I would never finish my game because I'd be so stuck on just testing shit. I love testing, messing around. Finishing? No, I don't want to finish anything because then it's done. I don't have anything else to do with it. It's like, it's kind of funny. It's like a catch-22. Oh, I forgot to clip that. Five attacks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so it's 5 at 60%. Okay, Buster Rift. Goal oriented though, I need a reason to. I need a boss that's harder, so I need better gear or refine it more. I mean, I guess that's where PvP comes into play, you know? Like, I guess you could really only go so far with making AI difficult for people. When it comes down to it, it's going to be that player versus player interaction that people are really looking for when it, you know, when we're talking about difficulty. I don't know if you could create an AI system that would ever feel good being difficult while also being capable of being beaten as well. So it's almost like PvP right now is the only way for us to actually have a balance of difficulty in a game that can't be argued because it's players versus players. You know, it's up to you to figure out everybody's movesets and styles and all that stuff. So yeah, I guess I'm not necessarily looking for the game to be harder because, like I said, I do still find it difficult. I know it's a difficult game. You know, there are moments where I can make it really easy for myself, but I still can't deny it is a hard game. They're like, if you don't know what to do, it's hard. If you know what to do, it's easy. So it's hard to have that difficulty discussion. And I always think about it too, like what's a better way to describe it? And it's like, The only way I could describe it is that once you know, it's hard not to know. Once you understand how to beat No Rest for the Wicked, it's hard to look at somebody not know why it's easy, you know? Like, dude, if you just use potions and you use grenades or you use, you know, I have people with 2, 3, 4, or 500 hours into the game, and they still don't know about Scream. They still haven't visited the vendors for the runes. Still got people like, where do you find this rune? Like, you buy it at the store. You didn't look at any of the store items? Oh, they were just weapons. You didn't think there were like, so there's a lot of stuff that people just completely bypass, and it's like, well, yeah, that's what makes the game difficult when you don't know information about it. So early on, I bought Scream right away. I need a knockdown, cheap knockdown. I can't be fighting these guys all the time. Sometimes it's too much. So I need a breather. So that Scream helped me a lot, especially in Crucible. Alright, we're doing Buster Rift. Alright, let's go test a bunch of Buster Rift because we're getting mixed numbers. Mixed damage numbers. Okay, there it is. We got it. 11:30:30. Rising Fang. I missed somehow. Missed? How? Oh, this thing sucks. It literally misses point blank constantly. How is it missing? No, I'm out. Ooh, this move sucks. Skyfall Smash is trash. Jesus Christ. I'm literally standing right next to the monster. Miss, 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 miss. Woo, it's a bad design. I have nothing to eat. Wait. Alright, let's go grab some food. I'm gonna actually take a little break myself. I'll be right back. And then we'll finish this up. I'll probably finish these gauntlets and maybe go do a run of Crucible or something. Alright, quick BRB. That's not even the... Oh, duh, food. That's what I went for. The stove. That's damage dealt, though. Game might crash. It hiccuped. Still don't know how to decide what's more important, the type of attack, like ranged, close quarters, or its poise. I guess if you go by poise, yeah, I think it's best if I just go by poise and then have in parentheses what the type of poise or what the type of attack is, close quarters or ranged. Because if you're looking, I'm gonna assume if you're looking for a mechanic, because it's not always about poise though either. I don't know. I'm still having troubles figuring out my sheet. That's why I haven't like told anyone about it or released any information. Still not quite sure how I want to set it up for the mechanics. Like I got gap closers, we got evasive projectiles, evasive melee, close quarter combat, knockdowns, close quarter combat that do poise damage. We got close quarter combat moves that do knockdowns. So it's like, do I state that the move is a close quarter combat knockdown? Or do I state that it's a knockdown that is close quarter combat? Like, you're gonna have to be point blank for this to work. Or do you want to know, oh, this is a knockdown? Okay, I'll figure it out. And then the knockdown's close quarter combat? Okay. Like, I don't I don't know what the best way to categorize it is right now. Going back and forth. What? Oh. Oh, yeah, I got a different number this time. What? These are, yeah, 10 damage. Plague Wretch. Okay, that's way different. Way different. It used to be 21. It's 14 now. So it was 21, 22, 28 for the same one. Now it's 14, 22, 28. Interesting. Why'd they do that? Plague Wretch. Dude, this thing sucks. This move sucks. It misses so much. Recoil strike is that I don't like evasive moves. Because you almost just evade them. Because they'll evade the attack. The evasive move is, it's only good if you use it during an attack. But if they're doing an attack, you can't stun them, so it's not good for poise. So it kind of defeats the purpose of, like, evading to... It's just an evade to do damage. You can't do poise. That's not good. No, I would not use that move. Recoil strike is... Oh man, that is the hardest low poise move ever. Yeah, let me just go ahead and put bad Rune. Bad. That's always my description. It's like, bad Rune. Bad. Air burst. That's the plan. I'm trying to get it all updated again, and yeah, getting the last few pieces figured out. I mean, I could release a simplified version, which I probably will. If anybody wants to dive into the details, they should be in there. But I should be able to get at least a basic damage sheet out there. I also have to explain the test that I did too. How I did it, what gear I used. So people kind of understand. Like, it's mostly just like, hey, this is how everything compares to everything against one single monster. So some might perform better than others against certain monsters, period, but the overall aspect of this is to find just where everything is balanced for just this guy. Because, like, I think he's resistant to, like, electric and fire or something, maybe. So the resistance is jump around a lot for fire and... Actually, for fire, electric, and cold. But I think all the plague stuff has been pretty straightforward. So he might have 0 plague resistance. So there are things to factor in. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to go about explaining this to everybody too. Spirit birds. See, that went down too. Yeah, this went down in damage as well. Spirit burst. How does 22? Cyclone. $16. Cyclone, Dragon, Tempest. This thing misses all the time too. Dude, these things suck, man. I mean, you gotta be right up the monster's butthole. Dude, these things suck. Would never use these. These things suck. You gotta be right. You gotta be hitting the monster before you attack. Or else it even missed. Dude, this thing sucks. Sucks. I can't even tell you what the numbers are for this thing. Oh, this thing's trash. I think I know why I never got these numbers written down. You can't get it. This is gonna take me forever. I gotta let this guy heal. Wow, dude, some of these gauntlet moves and some of these like kicks and stuff are trash. Like, they're not even remotely good. They just, like, I'm supposed to spend focus on a move that can miss? What the f... You know what I mean? Like, how garbage is that? Let me spend some focus on something that can't even focus on the enemy because I gotta be like this to the enemy, you know? What? Just so I can punch him, I literally gotta be already touching the monster. I can't have any distance, or else and even when I am close, it even missed it a couple times, so I couldn't even calculate the correct damage. Oh, this was it the cyclone? Ugh, very horrible move. Cyclone kick, yeah. I would never use this thing the way it is right now. Maybe if we had longer legs, you know, it could work, but not the way it is now. See about getting out of here. Yeah, it's already 12. I swear, man, this takes so long to figure out. Yeah, I really do wish we had some... But then even with the training dummy, I feel like it wouldn't give me the data I need. Almost done. Come on. If I could at least finish this one. Last 4. Cyclone kick. 16 across the board. Alright, I guess that'll work. Fine. Alright, this is one of my favorites. This one is actually good. I guess it's better. I had a frog in my throat anyway. So yeah, we'll come back tomorrow. We'll do staff. I think I gotta do staff is the last one. And then I'll go over the sheet in its entirety and see if there's anything I missed. Yeah, Tremor Wave's the last one. Well, that's not what I thought it was. A little disappointed by that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Alright, well, that's it. That's all of those. All the gauntlets tested. Or at least all the gauntlet moves. Okay, homestead, we'll put them all away. It's everything, I just don't have bare knuckle. Just don't have bare knuckle yet. Oh, piercing dash, I forgot. Uh-oh. Alright, that's it. Everything up to date. Alright. We're getting out of here. Piercing dash, I gotta... Apparently I didn't get that. Piercing dash. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate everyone playing it casual. I'll be on tomorrow. We'll do more testing. Finish up staff. Oh. Get that hater. Alright, I'm out of here. I will see you all tomorrow. Big boom. Yep, you too, Dart. Thanks for hanging in there with me and chatting me up a storm. Crap. Yeah, and then like I said, I'll go over everything again, make sure I got everything. I'll simplify the system, figure out what system I want to use, and then simplify it. Then hopefully I could throw it out there for everybody. Make a little little step-by-step procedure that I did when testing it. Everyone kind of knows the process. If they want to go back through and verify anything. As I've already had some damage numbers change. I don't know if the devs changed that or not, but that's why I had to re-verify. All right, I'm out. Double deuces. See you next time.